Also, Swiss Economy Minister Guy Parmelin says Chinese delegation will come for second round of trade discussions in July. Swiss government says US would refrain from new increase in customs tariffs. Also, Swiss President Calasata says that we have the impression that the US is seeking tailor-made solutions with individual nations.
Good morning, good morning. "30 seconds until new 15s. Still just trapped in this balance here on NQ. Russell showing a little weakness, but just back to day open in our VWAP. See if our VWAPs are resistance here on Russell and ES on new 15 open. Just watching our push into this 50 to 60 area on NQ. Excuse me.
Swiss President Calasata says interest by US in Swiss investment, a number of about 150 billion Swiss francs, is correct.
Just risked off my first contracts here into 35.30. Just runners now from 50. Just balance right now. We got to get below and show interest, or get above and show interest, or we just rotate it. Nothing crazy. Man, my allergies this morning are going crazy. What is going on? Excuse me.
Swiss President Kalasata says strength of Swiss franc is a recurring topic of discussion with the US. Switzerland keeps explaining mandate of SNB is price stability.
Oh, Jesus. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta blow my nose. Keep sneezing.
Swiss President Kalasata says there is an interest from the US side to find solution with the most important trading partners. And Kalasata saying Switzerland does not subsidize industry, but other countries may. And these are the points the US is interested in.
Ugh. Okay. Pushing down into first target here into 190. First major target, sorry. On the break of balance. Just took a little profit off. Yeah, yes, 93, very clear level from yesterday. See if that can now hold as resistance. That should just result to 85s on ES if we hold that edge. Just back into basically like yesterday's 30-second opening range, and then we are just going to get a move like this. Back down to previous day value low. If we can make 93 supportive again on any sort of retest, should just look back up to at least retest our value edge. We'll see. Testing now. Our 90 is holding on NQ so far. Might just need to retest our edges, unsure. Just look for a lower high. There's your 93 rejection. Good first risk off, 88s. Secondary risk off, 85s. This is like the worst coffee I've ever had in my life. Yikes.
Seeing cable extending gains, rising about 0.5%.
Man, there's a lot going on that. But yeah, it looks interesting. It looks like their 93 level is also very similar to what I just said, so that makes sense. Looks good visually. I like that it agrees with me, you know? I just took off another here into 180. Should keep going down. This is Russell 30-second opening range low into 35s. Watch it. We're just watching, see if we get the full move into yesterday's opening range. Just let your runners run. I think you can probably set your stop to like 210 now if you are short from higher on NQ. Got the seller positioned at 190 to like 205. So as long as that's holding, should just keep going down. But you want to protect what you've got.
Just keep an eye on the markets here. The dollar seeing a movement towards the downside. No headline as of yet here that's linked to the move. You did have the earlier headlines, though, from Swiss President Keller Sutter saying pause in tariffs not to be lifted during negotiations. And that Sutter said we have the impression that the US is seeking tailor-made solutions with individual nations. Earlier on, you did have China's Commerce Minister Wang saying decision on US trade discussions based on full assessment. And it's a reiteration what has already been said before by the Chinese, but they said they firmly opposed US abuses of reciprocal tariffs.
So this is target 150, 160 area, right? Just 147 from yesterday. Basically that. It's just our 30-second opening range low from yesterday. This 160 to 147. So as we push down, there's a lot of potential here where we find like a bid and then we have to retest this edge and then we can go down. Unsure. We're just selling right now, but just keep that in mind that we could see a bounce here and then a continuation into like 170, 180 potentially. And there's your full trade plan. Wonderful. If you've got the ability to hold runners, do it. See what happens. Got some liquidity here that we can probably play off of into 130, 120. and then look for edge retest into
Seeing the
147. If
SP
we have to
500 turning
sell,
negative now after raising opening gain.
just gonna mark this just in case. This is previous day value low, so good target on NQ. And then we look for a rejection of yesterday's opening range. For my ES enjoyers, 72 to 67, probably a good area to look for a push down. Can I pack it up for the rest of the day? We good? Was this did I do my job by getting out on early? I got one left, boys.
So Nasdaq 100 turning negative after raising 0.7% gain.
I'm seeing the offer kind of flirting or showing liquidity at 85s on ES. ES maybe having to retest up here like we talked about just for the full rotation. So just be a little wary that we could see something like this and then reject off of that potentially. Unsure. I see them continuing to flash that 85 though. Anywhere between 82 and 85 is where I'd expect the sell side to be sitting. We just had a huge move on a singular candle on a 15, so some coming back up makes a bit of sense first, you know. And then we see what happens into that. This is your 150, 160. Just was our target. Still holding as resistance, but if we look back in, then we can rotate that range. Until then, you should just think of it as where sell side will most likely be trying to sit on NQ. And same thing for this like 82, 85 area on ES. Just trying to figure out what we're going to do now that we've gotten this huge sell side candle. Now we're just retracing some of the internal structure, right? Is this going to be a continuation? Just a little consolidation at our lows, right? And then I don't know, they're like down, or is this going to be able to hold? Then can we get back in to retrace further? We're a bit far away from our view up, so there's potential for a reversion. We'll see. Shit, my rent's 3K, Ty. Rent's expensive these days, man. You live in a tower overlooking a Great Lake. Sure. Yeah, but I also live in Cleveland, so like that's relatively cheap. He lives in a actual nice place. I live in like the second poorest city in America. Yeah. Where did I get 160 from? It was yesterday's I believe it was yesterday. Uh yeah, it was yesterday's 30-second opening range, Bruce. From 147 to like 170, and 160 was the mid. It was just like a really strong bounce point. What was our inflection? If we look at yesterday's price action, right? This was our open, and then it was our bounce on yesterday as well. Once we flipped it, it became supportive. So just using this as like a general idea of like, oh, okay, are we going to pivot back down through this, or is this going to hold as supportive and then rotate us back up, just like it did on the 8th? Just a level we played off of yesterday. And then you can see it at the end of the day, right? We closed here as well. So it made sense to retrace down to fill the gap from NQ where we closed yesterday. But now do you see how yesterday's close is our resistance here at this 147, 160? So it's just like a general rule where it's like we're now holding resistance what was our close, right? Yeah. Which was our open from yesterday as well. Just a pretty clear pivot where there's been like an auction that's taking place. And we got our 82 to 85 rejection on ES and full move down, giving you a secondary opportunity to get in if you didn't want to play it off of NQ at the 147, 160. Beautiful. So, big size down here, guys. I'm unsure what we do. We're seeing some large deltas flashing, just like 130 to 110. Hey, good job, man. Congrats. See what happens in the ETH low here on NQ and ES. I could see us balancing on NQ here. I mean, we'll see what happens, but I could see this move being a thing for a bit. Where we hold our lows, we take out the low, and then we just kind of like bid back and then retest our value edge into 122. Hmm. This is just an idea. Don't we got to see it first, but there's a lot of potential for that in my head. I haven't seen anything to support the idea yet, but that is something that I'll be looking for. Is this move? Don't knife catch based off of an idea though. You need to see some bids step in, secondary buyer, and then the rotation up. Let us see what happens here. So our look below on ETH, our Globex low on NQ. It either just like straight up holds this resistance, then we go down to ADR, down at 32, or we'll look below and then we'll look back and then we'll retest our previous day value. Something like that. So we'll see what happens here. If you have the ability to hold a runner, there's no reason to exit that as of yet. Russell leading down. Okay.
According to a Quantum Tasnim news report citing a member of Iran team, Iran has agreed to hold a fourth round of indirect nuclear discussions with the US on Sunday in Oman.
Are we really not going to retest 110s? I feel like that's kind of insane if we don't. But maybe. Is this like 015, 030 area that big of a magnet, or we don't need to? My idea is like we'd have to retest this liquidity here from this.
So now
these
US
huge
stock indexes
deltas,
are turning negative. S&P 500
and then from
and
there,
Dow down about 0.3% each. Nasdaq down about 0.7.
we head to like here.
Excuse me, 0.4%.
And then we figure out what we do from there. This is my idea currently. Is it going to be tradable? Not sure. I think regardless, we have one more leg down. Is there an entry though for either side? Nothing yet for me.
Swiss Economy Minister Guy Parmelin says it's possible that the US and China agree to a mutual suspension of customs duties for duration of discussions.
So we're coming into these like crazy deltas that are up here. This is the idea where this was going to be a magnet first, and then we watch our area reaction here. This is our test into that 110. See what happens here. Pretty strong reaction off of 110 so far. This should be your first target into 80s. See if we can flip our ETH low as resistance for that secondary leg down. Or this will just hold. Let's put a fixed range on this low. And then make this our support where we expect bids to be. And we need to flip this for downside continuation. Excuse me, Jesus. Unless you're playing off of like that low into 80, I just don't really see a long up here until we get over 30s. This just looks like where we try to absorb sell sidewise. This 110 to 130 for rotations below, or you know, just not like again. There's just so much selling pressure here that we need to show interest above for anything more. So you're just kind of balanced here between again like this 110 and 080 level on NQ right now. We're looking for either a hold above or a hold below, just like we've passed. ES just rejected our value edge. Just retesting this push down. Watching for higher lows on Russell. I feel like Russell leads. Watching our halfway back here for a higher low. Russell holding our higher low so far on our halfway back. NQ trying to get through this. Again, like 130 here is that secondary seller that we saw, that I posted in chat. Just watching our edge. See if we can recover our previous day value low. We're doing what we thought we would, which is take out that ETH low and then make a higher low and then rotate back up into this. But I don't know what we do from here. I've got to see a bit more. I'm unsure. This positioning here that happened doesn't really make sense to me. So I just gotta wait it out. I think if 130 holds, we can still rotate up to like 150. But I don't know if that's a trade. Just gonna chill. It's a bit messy down here. This is what my footprint looks like, which is why I'm like a little messy. If you are long, I think 150, 160 is a pretty solid target until we flip it. That'll be my pivot, where we can play it back up to like 190 if we can flip 150, 160, or this will just be where our sell side's sitting. This is just where the secondary short was, right? This was our target before, so this will be an important area to see if we can get back in, or if it'll hold as resistance. Same thing on ES, same as before, 82 to 85. So let's just keep an eye on it and see if sell side's still sitting here, or if we can flip it for supportive. Just a range rotation. I'm not in this trade. I'm looking for a secondary trade off of not getting in on the retest. Our value retest here on ES and NQ and RTY. See if we can get back in, or if these act as resistance.
according to witness, multiple blasts heard in Jammu city in Indian Kashmir.
Hmm. I'm still just waiting until I have a bit more clarity. I might try this 110 short again on retest if we see a strong offer. Watching. Might need to see Russell and ES try a little higher first on this value edge retest, and then we get a secondary move here. Just keeping an eye on this. For a rejection of our value edge on ES on failure. We'll see. We've got absorption here into 130. So any look below 110 off of a failure here would be interesting to me for a lower high. Right? So we've gotten this look below, look in, and now I'm watching for like a push down like this potentially with value rejection on ES as well and RTY. If they hold a higher low here and we get back over 130, then it's just going to be a rotation into probably like 160. So just watching this as our pivot for a potential lower seller, right? The offer kind of pushing down and our value. If this fails again, then it's uppies only. I'm watching our ES edge here. Should get a decision here in a second. Watching Russell and our value edge retest at 32s. Looking above on value, our value edge on ES and NQ. Watching for this. Or a flip. And then a very clear hold for a retest into VWAP. As soon as we start to see that Russell weakness, then NQ and ES will follow. Without it, then there's not a ton here. There's so much trading going on down here. Jesus. Here's an update on the footprint down here. Look at all this. This 130 flip is looking interesting. Pushing into our 150, 160 edge. This is where I'd expect sell side to be, if anywhere, and then rotating back down to 130, or we're going to flip and make this supportive again, and then we go up. We've got 40 seconds until new 15s. Should get a decision here. Just an inside bar with a shitload of volume. So watching this, right? This is either going to be our bid or our flip off of our 160. Same thing on yes, right? It's just our 82, 85. I don't want you guys to get too preemptive here. Again, it's just an inside candle with tons of two-sided trading. We're just waiting. New 15's open. $82 still holding offer. Watching our 77 here on ES. Watching our 120, 130 on NQ off of this failure at 150. See if a bid happens or if this flips. Good bid on the flip for 130, retesting highs. 150, 160 still offer. 82, 85 on ES still offer. 77 held on ES. Again, this is just a flip of what we thought would be our short, just became our support, right? But offers still sitting here above. We need to see this go up for more, or it's just going to still just trade this range. We'll see what happens here. What are we seeing on the previous candle, guys? What is this? Why was I so aware of this 120, 130 area? What are we holding right now? It's our daily value low, right? It's our PVZ value. It's our previous day value. It's also the POC of the previous 15-minute candle, right? So it's like a very clear pivot that we can play around. But we just got to get over this 160 for anything more, or we're just going to balance between these two areas. If we flip back below and then see an offer, it'll be a really nice entry for a continuation down. But right now it's a solid bid. Hmm. Russell's still sideways, making me move that this move doesn't have a lot of believability yet. Just looks like we're taking out those wick highs, stopping out these guys here. We'll get a real decision, I think, on retest of whatever happens after this. We have room up to 185 for squeeze if this 150, 160 continues to hold as supportive on this look over. 185 is just like your VWAP up there. So just waiting that out. There's your 185 up here that I'd be interested in if we hold this now supportive. We're just chilling. It's a wait. I think we go to 185. I don't know how we get there though. If we need to retest 47s first, unsure. Yeah, I'm thinking VWAP test is pretty likely. I think it's a slow grind to Russell VWAP and previous low, and Q into that VWAP as well. This is either gonna like form a an excess, right? Where these guys become trapped and then we like rotate back below and then do this rotation, or this is going to hold and then we come into this, which is more likely in my opinion. Just waiting to see how much, again, like something that you need to keep in mind is we have room above, but this is a huge sell, right? This huge sell. So we have a lot to retrace, and it's still bearish in nature. We got our higher low where we thought we would, right? We got our push down into our target for our short side, took full profit out. Now we're seeing POCs hold as supportive on the way up, right side of V. So this is now our right side of V idea at this 120, 130 pivot. We have room for a reversion trade into this 85 to 95. 95 being your POC of the sell side candle, 85 being your VWAP. So this to me makes the most sense as a target off of our flip, right? So now as we push up here, we just watch to see if this is going to be a lower high in the overall trend on the day, right? For a continuation down off of that. Or if we're going to be able to flip back and then rotate back into this original balance that we designated this morning from open, right? So this is the idea right now, which is like, this is where I'd be expecting our lower high to be and the overall idea. Until then, you just got to be patient. Are we all on the same page here of like what I'm watching for? This is your reversion trade, basically off of a huge sell down, fixing some of the structure from this giant red candle. And now we're figuring out if sell side's going to position themselves again and push themselves down, or if we basically rotate back below our right side of V, right? Make that resistance, and then go for our continuation down. So we'll get a decision here very shortly. It's just a patience right now. How am I seeing VWAP? I don't know if I understand your question. Like, what's the, how do I trade around VWAP, or like, what's VWAP to me in the sense of how I use it? Is that what you're saying? Or like, what VWAP is that? Sorry. When price comes to it, are you wanting to see absorption? Yeah, exactly, right? So we're basically just using it as a reversion. So when we get too far away from our average and we see like a large selling without a really structural retest, right? So it's a one-time framing down candle in the sense that we just sell without any big retests. I'm looking for basically a reversion up into it to retest some of this structure off of that large sell, and then we'll most likely get our decision here. So until I see a look above, this just makes sense as where we'd expect sellers to start reloading, Garrett. That to me is like, oh, okay, like if you were playing longs, you want to be risking off some into this, understanding that sells are going to sorry, longs are going to start covering, right? We're going to see some profit taking, and it's also an area where shorts would start to potentially reload. So right now it just is a reversion trade idea to me, where it's like, oh, okay, this is a really good profit target, and then from there we wait to see if we can start to break some of these lower highs, or sorry, higher lows, and start to see sell side reload. So it's just an area to pay attention to. I'm just hanging out right now. No trade. We just got a huge trade off of that sell. We were in it for the entire move down. So just being patient. Don't want to fuck it up, you know? This is our big pivot. This is our support here at 120, 130. We need to either hold this or we flip below it. No change. What VWAP is your length anchored to? This is just regular RTH VWAP, so our open, and then the one on this chart is our Globex VWAP. So they're showing the same thing, which is interesting. RTH and ETH. This is if sell side was serious here. This would be our lower high into 160 off of our hold of 120, 130. Failure at our highs. Watching Russell for weakness. Oof. Okay. $50 till new 15s. I think we're going to get a much better entry for a directional decision than where we are trading currently. Right now it just feels a little choppy. Kind of in the middle. I either want to see like a push into our interest above, right? Or a little bit lower. Not a great area to like put a stop. Unless you just want to try
Fed's
off of our
Bostic
highs
currently
and then look
speaking
for a
in a
lower high
comment
for a
on
continuation.
a new post. Says, not prudent to adjust policy amid uncertainty. And 2025 economy to be less resilient than earlier expected. So again, Bostic
10
commenting in
seconds.
new post.
New 15s. Will we get a decision here? I'd like to be able to trade again. Watch what happens into the POC of previous candle here. Sell side trying to sweep through, but as long as this value, 137 to 144 is holding, I see this as potentially a bid. If we flip it, we're looking for the push below 120, 130 for continuation down. We're just watching to see if higher lows can hold here or not. Ah, shit. Deleted the wrong thing. This is what I'm watching right now, as where we want to see that bid be for a higher low if it was going to continue. Let me delete that. I'm just going to clean this up. top four balance here. See if we create an excess or if this holds. Unsure. All we've done is hold our value low to POC of previous candle, which is why it is what it is. Just higher lows. Slowly but surely. Offer still sitting here into our 160, 170. No change.
Ten minutes to the bottom of the hour, we're expected to hear from Fed's Waller and Fed's Williams. They're speaking at separate events. Excuse me, for the same events, speaking on a panel at Hoover. It's a panel session called John Taylor and Taylor Rules in Policy in New York, with text to be expected and a Q&A.
Well, this is an interesting title. So in my opinion, nothing is invalidated about a sell continuation as of yet. Just a bear flag on the higher time frame. But that doesn't mean that there's a great short entry as of yet. Still need to see that break at the higher lows. Just coming back down into our value low here of this previous candle. See if we can flip below this. I'd like to see previous day value low on NQ go resistance for a continuation idea. No, sorry, English. We got the reaction that I wanted on ES, which is the rejection of our previous day value low. But I want to see that same thing on NQ for clarity. Because like if we just make an excess here and then get back in and then rotate back up to our highs, like that's not great. Like it's just balanced still, right? I want to see like a very clear rejection of this and then a continuation down like we were looking for earlier. Right? Like that to me would make this feel way better. Offer's sitting at 140 still. We have a Fed speaker in 5 minutes. 11:30 Eastern. I think we've got a very clear pivot at 110 below. And I'm not, again, this is just us holding previous day value low here at 120. I'm watching to see if we flip back through, like we have pathed, or if this is going to hold as resistance and then we get a retest. Right, this is, I see two options, and I mean, neither of these have to play, but this makes the most sense to me, where this holds as resistance, and then we have to retest and reoffer this, right, from our 110 into this, and then we can continue down on a look below 110 once we start to see that sweeping. Or we hold here, sell side fails at our previous day value low, right, basically 120 to 110, and then we look back in and then push highs, right? So I don't want to really take chances here unless I was playing off of this
Reminder in about 5 minutes
135,
time, we're expected to hear from Feds
or a
Williams
push
and Waller
down.
speaking on a panel at the Hoover Monetary Policy Conference. Text and Q&A is expected.
Right, like
We're
this
trying to
is
find a video.
an idea.
When we do find the video, we'll pop it on the feed for you.
With where we're holding our value edge, but there's also an idea here where this fails and then we just look back in and then this becomes our support and then we make new highs. So I'm just being careful here because I think 110 is still pretty apparent that it's going to be jumpy. And then we watch for the reoffer here. Because I think there's a pretty clear pivot at 120, 110, 110, 120, yeah. And with Waller speaking in 4 minutes now, it's like, its market seems like it's kind of at a standstill, waiting for that. So if you are shorting off this, I think 110 is a great first target. And if we start to see that weakness below, then we can get the push down to ETH low. And I'm much more happy with this trade with the amount of room that we have. So like we just tagged 110 and immediately found liquidity. So that's why we want to be very careful here. I want to see that like solid acceptance below previous day value low again before we position.
It's Feds Waller and Feds Williams currently speaking at the Hoover event. Less than a minute to go now, we're expecting text from Williams and Feds Waller.
40 seconds, it's only 15s. Still just hanging out here. No change. This is what our footprint looks like right now. You can see that 110 very clearly supportive, and then our VWAP above clearly resistance until that 160, 180.
10 seconds.
Just balance. with a bearish higher time frame.
Waller says independent monetary policy maker improve well-being. Current Fed structure has stood the test of time. Waller says more economic stability if central bankers can't be removed. So it does not comment on economic outlook or monetary policy in remarks prepared for delivery at economic conference.
Full rotation again. Or 135, 145, back down to our 110. See if we can sweep below or if we continue to trade balance here. Unsure. We've got news right now. Just chopping. What's up, Gav? What's my idea in the 30-second charts? Our perspective? I use them in with correlation of DOM. So it just lets me see some of the areas that I'm watching on my DOM as well. So I'm just looking for like clear pivots on our smaller time frame based off of what I'm also seeing on my DOM. It just lets me kind of track it. The smaller little levels that are being respected. Like just like very clear pivots like this, where like the bids were like very clearly here, and then it was flipped offer, right? Like this is a very clear pivot on a 30-second, where I can like watch this now on DOM specifically without having to watch the DOM. So it gives me like an area to just like really pay attention as we approach into this to see like if we're going to eat the orders into this as we rotate down or on a look in. Just it just shows me the price action of the things that I'm also watching for on the actual DOM itself. The chop doesn't really matter to me. I'm just watching for key inflections. Some people think it's like way too choppy. It doesn't bother me. Another 110 bid. We're watching our offer here on NQ. This is our retest of our seller who stepped in here. We're watching to see if we get this lower high off of our previous day value low or if it can bid back through. Without the sell here, I just don't. It's not convincing that we go down on short term. We need to see them step in pretty clearly. Gotta get below this 110, boys. Need to see that sweep. Another full rotation, 110 to 130. Just balance still. Lows are holding. No change. See if we can hold this recovery of balance for the upside move. See if we can hold here on our flip, or if they mark these guys offsides. We want to see a structural shift here and or a 140 for rotations up. If they look back below, I think we take out the lows. We're just building excess on both sides here. Looking for a higher low.
According to French diplomatic source, US, Europeans are working to put together a proposal for 30-day Ukraine-Russia ceasefire.
Why don't I look at the Dow? I don't find it very useful.
Further from the French diplomatic source, US-European proposal is still being finalized, but could be put forward in the coming days. And proposal would either be unilateral ceasefire or give very short response time to Russia.
The Dow is just like way too... Like, am I getting any new information by looking at the Dow compared to looking at ES, NQ, and RTY? Like, the Dow is literally like Apple, Microsoft, American Express, Disney. Like, it's just like way
Adding,
too big.
if Russia
heavyweighted
refused
companies
30-day ceasefire proposal,
to give me anything real.
US and European sanctions would be imposed.
Like, that's not granular enough for me to get any new information. I'd rather be able to see NQ and then call that tech. I'd rather look at ES and then be able to call that energy, tech, financials, right? That kind of mix. And then I'd like to be able to look at the Russell for more of like the mid and small cap financials, energy, healthcare names. And that gives me a much better mix to see overall strength or weakness in the market. Whereas the Dow is just like way
Iran's
too
Foreign Minister
heavily weighted.
Abbas Araghchi, commenting on state TV, says next round of discussions with the US to take place on Sunday in Oman.
In names that are already very clearly represented in the charts that I'm looking at, right? So like if I can see weakness in our mid and small caps off of Russell at the same time that I'm seeing weakness in tech, then I know that we're going to have very clear weakness in the overall market, giving me a much more confidence in a short trade, right? Or if I see Russell bouncing and NQ also showing interest at the same time, I know we're going to have a much more bouncy, much more reactive bid that I can then long off of because we have overall market strength, right? Like if I wanted to just play the Dow, then I might as well just have like an Apple and Tesla chart up and a Microsoft chart, right? And then just be buying NQ based off of Microsoft bouncing, which is, it's a fine strategy, but I'm looking for overall market weakness or strength. So by basing a lot of my trades off of Russell's pivots and then playing NQ itself, I can garner more points overall because NQ has more range, right? But I can also have the confidence to be in those positions for longer because we also are looking at the overall market health or breadth. That's my perspective on it. I don't think there's anything wrong with the Dow. I just think that it's not necessary. We're still just trapped here. There's no change. We need to see a very clear look below 110s and hold, or this is just going to continue to be where we eat up sellers. How do I start my day? Just look where we opened compared to yesterday and compared to the week, and then look at where our 30-second opening range is currently. Are we trading above or below? Do we have a gap above or below? And then that's basically it, personally. That gives me enough information to trade around. But for someone who's newer, you're gonna need more market prep because you don't have enough information to make smart decisions. You don't have enough reps in, basically, right? But like if you're there, we've taught a bunch of opening strategies where it's like, oh, we're trading below and rejecting our 30-second opening range, and there's a gap that we from overnight that we can fill. So we're seeing what that tells me is it's like, okay, we're seeing weakness at the open. We've gapped up. We're now trading below our 30-second opening range. I'm now expecting a reversion to fill gap to fix structure from overnight, and that's a trade to me. Like that's a trade that we've taught and we've gone over a lot. So like that's one of those things where it's an easy opening trade to do is just play the structure fix off of the overnight session. There's also like a lot of trades that you can do around your initial balance off of the first hour. If are we above or below? It's just like you have to build out your strategies of how you want to play open if you're going to trade open. If not, then you need to wait, right? Which is why I usually come in around like 10:30, 11, because there's enough structure from the morning already developed for us to play off of like instantly, and then we can just use our day profile. So all you do is mark your key levels and watch delta absorption. I mean, that's what I do every day. Yeah. I play around buyers and sellers, right? It doesn't change. What else is there to do other than play around buyers and sellers? Yeah, right. 40 seconds till new 15s. Still just holding our 110 is supportive. Lower highs overall though, but still just chopping in this range. VWAP still holding his resistance. 110 still holding his supportive. Small high, lower highs, right? Just like very, very slight lower highs, but this is a very jumpy price action. It's not great for trading right now unless you're willing to just scalp this. Right, like 50-minute dojis are not great for directional decisions. Just scalps between our highs and lows. Yes, I agree. But it's only important if you understand the relationship, right? So it's again, it's like it's a rep thing and building out strategies. New 15s opening now. Just opening at POC of previous candle. Nothing here. Just holding our previous day of value low. Chopping. I'm very curious to see what happens into these Russell lows. If it can start to lead down, I think that'll give us a much better movement on NQ. If
According to
Russell
a source
bounces here into
familiar,
our lows,
Trump's special envoy Witkoff to travel to Oman on Sunday for Iran talks.
that is going to be bullish for our break on NQ. What's your take on using the heat map? I don't know what you mean. Okay, just like a heat map of what? I mean, bookmap's fine. There's nothing wrong with bookmap. I think like 90% of people who use bookmap have no clue what they're looking at. But that goes for most people who are trading. But I don't think there's anything wrong with bookmap. You just need to build strategies around it, just like anything else. It's just a visual representation of historical buyers and sellers, right? So there's nothing wrong with it. It's the same thing as like using a volume profile or using a footprint chart. Like it's going to be noise to 90% of people, but it can have very valuable information in it if you know how to decipher it. It's all noise if you don't understand the basic argument. Yeah, exactly. Like it's all no. Everything is noise. If you don't understand what you're doing. Like if you don't know why areas matter, then it doesn't really matter if you can visually see them or how to react around them. Can we get out of here? I hate this switch to midday auction. This is why I feel like if you're a morning trader, like you should just stop trading at 12. You just gotta stop. And then come back at like 2. Like the auction is just way too different. You're gonna give up all your profits that you made from the morning. There's no change in anything that we've talked about. 110 still holding. Resistance is still just our view up above. So as we approach up into these highs, just watching to see how we offer or if we can flip it. If you are long off of 110s or off of our hold of POC from previous candle, right, as we rotate up here, you want to be risking off. And that's that. Watching our Russell rotation, just like we talked about, RTY holding our lows is a bullish sign. And we're just watching how we interact here now at the top of our oscillation. Is this going to hold as resistance again, and are we going to lose momentum? Or can we look up and make this supportive for a continuation higher? Unsure. Russell rejection of our high of our oscillation. Watching ES here at previous day value low at our 85s. See, like Garrett, to me, like this just is such an easy way to gauge strength and weakness and where to expect it for our overall market. Once we start to see Russell start to range like this, like I'm just looking for ideas on NQ and ES based off of where we are rotating in our oscillation here. To me, like this just gives you pretty identifiable setups of where we should be expecting weakness or strength. So like if I see Russell into an edge that we care about, and we've seen past rejections there over and over and over again, and it has some sort of alignment, right, with our NQ pivots, it's like, okay, well, this is where I'm now expecting sell side to be sitting on both, and because they're both into an area that I care about, the move should be accelerated in the sense of I should be right very quickly, and that gives me a scalping opportunity, right? If Russell and NQ are both selling at the same time, we get an immediate reaction. And it doesn't need to be for a larger period of time, but if we're looking at, 165, 170 as our offer, and we're able to capture into, 145, 150 in seconds, I mean, that's good money still. 20 to 30 points is no joke if you can capture it in, 30 seconds. That's pretty insane. We don't need follow through after that. We just need to know where our most recent support and our most recent resistance are, and where we should be expecting that bid and offer to be. And you can scalp around that buyer and seller. Let's see if we can get a lower high here. We are still just trading in between. Pushing into our 50-minute VWAP here, and just our RTH VWAP. Let's see what happens as we rotate up into these highs. If you were long off of 110 or are any pivot above, it's a good area to move stops up as we approach. We could see some weakness here. We need to see the ability to continue higher, or this is going to be where we reject into this like 170, 180. See if we can hold POC from previous candle here for a higher low, or if this is going to fail. Watch our Russell low oscillation as well. See if we find a bid as NQ is diverging, or if this starts to break down for more. If we can hold this bid here into our lows, right, into the POC of previous candle, these lows, with Russell holding the low of our oscillation, I could see us doing one more leg up. So just watching to see if we can flag and bid above, or if this is going to fail, and then we reoffer with Russell breaking down. So just watch to see if we are able to absorb here at all. Need to see Russell also find that low for confidence. Yes, do a previous day value low and VWAP here. Still waiting for confirmation. We want to get back over 160, or we expect our lower high offer to be sitting there at 160.
India Army is dealing with Pakistan drones in Jammu, Punjab.
Full rotation off of failure. Watch Russell retest for breakdown. Held our top. No change. Just going to keep reposting this because I think the range is very clear. $110, full rotation. Need to see probably a retest of previous day value low here, and then a clear hold into this, and then a continuation down would be my guess. Gets you your rotation down to 080 if we can do that. Watch for Russell to find a bit of a bid, and then a push down to previous day value low would be my guess on a failure to get back into balance. If Russell doesn't see any sort of bid, this can just full go down into 080 here. But I'd like to see this retest into previous day and POC on the daily right now. See what we do. Basically just looking for an offer into like 120, 130. And little bounce on RTY. ES and NQ retesting POC as resistance. See if it holds. Need to see that weakness on Russell for the secondary leg, or we will remain between 110 and 180. Got to get below 110 here, or this is your first risk off. Need to look below. We want the Russell follow through. Regardless, it should be our first risk off. 110 is such a clear pivot. Don't be an idiot. We offer below, then we do the full rotation down to 70s, 70, 80s. I'm out half. Let's see if we can get more. Pushing into Russell target here. Good area to risk off as we push into ETH low as well. Just move stops down or take off a little profit. You guys should be pretty happy with that trade. Patience pays. Even if you didn't catch the highs, right? Secondary move was good. Do we follow that? Do we understand what we were looking for? Everything makes sense. Russell breakdown, the push below, etc., etc. Remember, like, again, like we understood the higher time frame. We understood that that was the top of balance, that we were still in higher time frame downtrend. VWAP was our resistance above. We were looking for a break of our 110s for acceleration, with Russell also breaking the oscillation. We understood that as soon as we saw that, we got our next leg down. Until we saw that weakness on Russell, we were sideways, right, between 110 and 180. So on breakdown, this feels pretty good. Now we're just coming back down into our lows. This is, again, ETH low, our target. And yeah, I'm going to now post our footprint again, because I think it is incredibly important to continue to see how this is. You now go back and watch, all of what we've done, and you can see it over and over again of just the same thing, which is the break, the failure at our highs, the break of our 110, and the acceleration through, right? And this is what we are watching for on our actual trade. Yes? $110 retest here on NQ off of our bounce off the target at 177. Yes, bouncing off of our ETH low and previous day value low. Makes sense, makes sense. Now we watch to see if we get a continuation. 30 seconds till new 15s. She's okay. Just old, man. I don't know what to do with her. I think I might start taking her to this dog daycare during the day. There's one like a couple blocks away. Pay like 20 bucks a day. Just let her play with other dogs while I'm at work, you know? Like the one walk a day or like 2 walks a day, you know, after work and then at night. It's okay, but it's not. I don't think it's enough. The only thing she enjoys these days, like she doesn't play with the toy, she doesn't do anything. She just like lays there. But the only thing that she likes is to like walk around. Even like other dogs kind of annoy her. So if she's like, no toys aren't the move anymore, and the only thing she wants to do is walk, it's like, I'm a big city walk enjoyer, but there's only so much I can do before like I want to actually live my life as well. Does she get along with other dogs? Yes, to an extent. She's not angry at other dogs, but sometimes she can get annoyed with puppies who play a little too much. She's old, you know. Yeah, they have way too much energy. So that's like she's fine with them, but she'll give them a little arf if they get a little too excited with her. I don't know. She used to always love a toy, and now these days, like she's so lethargic. Getting old sucks. Got banned. Yikes. What's up, Strong Visionary? Morning, David. Have you seen Ray Dalio's video on risk management? I don't think so. I don't know. I can look it up real quick. Is it the video called Ray Dalio Breaks Down His Holy Grail? Is that what that is? I'll look at it. Watching it right now. Is this a high or low? Yeah, it is. But we've got an offer above, so it doesn't really matter. But we are looking to see how we interact here. We are trying to make 110 supportive again. We have an offer in 140. Just watch this retest. I mean, this idea is cool, but there's some big components that are missing. Like, I don't know how you would code this. Because basically he's saying you want things that are high beta in comparison to your original investment, like not very correlated, that either have a low correlation so that they are, or a high correlation. So like if it's a higher correlation, like the risk remains the same because they travel together, right? But if it's a high beta, then the correlation is low and the volatility is higher, and then you could do that. But like you'd have to have an understanding already of like what makes sense. So I feel like we're missing like 2 steps. Like how do you find something that is guaranteeing you your risk in the first place? Or because like one of the side categories, right, on the x-axis is probability of losing money in a given year, which is like, okay, it's like, but well, how do I determine the probability of what's going to win or lose me money in a given year? And his correlation is 1 to 40%. So like that's your first step, is well, finding something that has a very low probability, and then you have to find being able to determine the correlation between the things that you're looking, the assets in your portfolio, to base the entire model off of. Like the idea itself isn't bad, but it seems like there are a couple steps missing here to actually make it a workable strategy for an individual. For a fund like him, it makes sense because he has the ability to diversify quite a bit and can maintain his ratios. But someone who has like limited capital, how would you apply this? And would it have a better return than just buying like VOO or SPY, you know? I don't know. It's hard to determine in a 4-minute video. If I'm sure that there's more information on it. Yeah, exactly. But like, how do you as an individual make use of something like this? Like, I definitely think there's good points where it's like, if you have a highly correlated portfolio where like you're, most of your money is in SPY, but you're also in individual names like Apple, Tesla, Microsoft, like your portfolio is highly correlated, right? So your risk remains the same across the board, but when things are bad, things are going to be really bad. So you would need some sort of outlier that isn't as highly correlated, that moves separately to offset some risk where that can be up. So I think like looking at it like that could be good. But then you just have like a pretty basic portfolio regardless, right? Like, okay, so you're highly correlated in high growth tech names with SPY and Tesla, Apple, and blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay, well, maybe I should have some money in bonds then to offset for any downside on my tech and my growth. Like that's okay, then now you just have a basic, like a standard portfolio. Like that's literally what he's saying. Like, is that revolutionary? Unsure. It's not bad advice though, but it seems like when you actually break it down, pretty standard. But the ratios are what matters. It's like, can you be invested enough in growth where that's like your larger holding while still having a substantial size of, say, like bonds as a protective measure for any downside in your growth names, where you can basically offset to net neutral on a 6% downtrend in growth names? Can you be net neutral based off of like where bonds are currently, and then allocating enough to kind of to have that portfolio in mind where you have the, so maybe it's 65% in growth and then the rest in things that are either very uncorrelated that usually move in the opposite direction when growth are going down, or are net neutral when they're going up, something like that. I don't know. I'd have to like really look into it. All right, back to the market. We're seeing absorption into 110, 120. No change here. Offer holding well. We're watching to see if we can continue to absorb and then rotate down again. I really like this rejection on Russell of our bottom of range. This was solid. We're watching our oscillation here now into these lows. If we get another bid here, we might just have a new range to play around. So watch to see if this is going to do a new oscillation like this, or if we can start to break down again for another leg, just like we did on our original short position. Let us see. I think his strategy is to have 15 to 20 good algos and apply the risk management strategy and going to try. Yeah, so like I'll always say this, but like there's no one algo, right? Like you have multiple strategies that are running at the same time that offset each other to create a solid curve, right? You're gonna have lots of strategies, and a lot of them are gonna look like, like this, and then you're gonna have another strategy that looks like this, and then you're gonna have another strategy that looks like this, and then you're gonna have another strategy that does really well when others are going down, and then it looks like this. But like the overall curve is going to look something like this because they balance each other out, right? And that's how you create a very solid strategy. Is you have strategies that are offsetting, that are running at the same time in different market conditions, and then your overall profit is straight to the right. But the individual components are, of course, going to have lots of movement in the inside. But the overall, your overall strategies as a whole are balancing each other out and then creating a solid curve. There's no one strategy to rule them all that just wins. Not a thing. Things work until they don't, until they're priced in, until others find out about them, and then all of their edge goes away. Sadly. Russell holding our lows so far, retesting our 110, 120 here. Big buyer trying
According
to
to the Wall
step
Street
in.
Journal, China sends Xi's securities out to trade talks with the US. The dispatch of Wang Xiaohong to Switzerland signals importance of fentanyl on talks. Wang will accompany Chinese Vice Premier Li Yifeng to Switzerland. So according to the Wall Street Journal there.
As of right now, I'm just looking at these guys as, wrong tool, as being absorbed. These guys right here. And as long as we're holding below them, I'm not really sensing any sort of change. But we still need to see overall weakness in market. I'm okay with like the lower high. That bid was a little iffy, but we've got a really nice lower high in Russell now. Just keeping an eye on this. Maybe potentially another leg here in a minute. I don't think there's a nice short opt if you aren't playing off of this absorption though. Like you would already have to have been in. Just wait now. Something will set up for us. Did I miss anything else? So bullish at lows of insight day. That's how I feel about that. Unsure. Like this is what we talked about before you guys hopped on. This was our idea. Was that we had a very strong sell side candle and that we were going to most likely bounce and come back up to our 15-minute VWAP here and find resistance, right? So that's what's happened, is that we had an overall downtrend. We broke out of this range. We held our highs here. We broke down out of this balance. Yes, whatever. Now it's just a bear flag, right? So we came up to the area that we cared about, and now we've rejected and come back down to the bottom of balance. I don't really have an opinion, I'm not gonna lie, until we show a bit more interest. Because right now this is still pretty bearish to me. What we've done is basically just rejected our previous day value low. So I'm not incredibly, I don't want to say bullish, until we would show interest back above this, right? Because all we're doing is showing, we've basically just shifted value, right? It's very clear to see that we've shifted value from our overnight back down to these lows. What happens down here, I'm not as certain. I was much more certain about this short into our highs and this rejection because we had someone to play off of from earlier this morning. What happens now is a bit more uncertain to me because, again, this was our bid all the way across here. I'll just mark it. Buyers, 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 right? So as we came back after pushing below, this is now our offer, right? So this flip was very easy to spot into our VWAP as where we were looking for them to add to that position for the continuation down. But now we're again at this area where we're trying to do the same thing. Just like we looked here where this flip of buyers to sellers is happening, we have a smaller one where we see bid, 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 right? We're now watching to see if this can now flip offer. So I'm very interested to see how we build out here. And if they continue to absorb into our previous day value low, it's a very clear shift of value that we want to continue downward. But you are right that as of right now, it is an inside day. And until we take out these lows, there's not really a reason to think that we continue downward in that sense. But I feel like it's very clear that we have a upper balance being like here to this 110 to 180, which we identified already. And now we are trying to see if this 110 can hold as a resistance on the higher time frame. And then we can rotate back down into our lows where we took profit into this 080, right? Is this going to be a new balance that we create down here with a shift from these buyers to now a seller? Or are we going to be able to hold and basically trap sellers into these lows and then rotate back up? I just don't have enough information yet. We're gonna have to wait and see. That's why I was much more confident trying these shorts for downside from this point, because we have an overall direction that we're playing with. And so playing into this edge made a lot more sense. Now that we're into these like wiki lows, it's a bit more of a just unsure. There isn't, I don't have enough clarity yet to make a confident decision.
Good morning, everybody.
Yo.
We will see if we get a good afternoon, huh?
Yeah. Logging on this morning wasn't, it was good.
Yeah.
Thankfully.
Got something.
Yep.
Be AFK. Thank you, sir.
So just full oscillation on Russell. See what happens. Another hold of our lows. I think Russell is going to be the best leading signal that we have today for when weakness actually occurs. We just play our Russell very clear balances around NQ and ES for points. That to me is going to be our key for good trading and to avoid the chop. Russell coming up into our pivot. See what happens here. This is NQ into our 130, 140, where we took our original short. the downside. See if offer's still sitting here, if we can flip it. Bid trying at 120. Yo, what's up, Julian? Can you go over what you look for based on candles for entries? Example, take out low of candle
IMF program
retest.
aids Pakistan economic stability. Sharif. Pakistan PM Sharif comments on IMF loan installment.
I don't really trade.
Pakistan. IMF board approved $1 million loan tranche.
I have to think about that because I don't really trade off of candle bodies. So let me try to.
Former Federal Reserve
into
Governor
words.
Walsh sees potential for lower policy rates if Federal Reserve reduces balance sheet.
I'm much more concerned about like where we are. How do I? I love it when you guys ask me questions that I've like haven't put into words yet that I'm just subconsciously doing. Makes me think. So instead of a individual candle, I look at areas. So like to me, it's always going to be the same idea, which is how are we trading around the general auction that we've shown interest in, right? Like this is very clearly where we're showing interest on Russell. This is a D, right? We've created a balance area where there's a clear value high and a clear value low. And I am more interested in, are we able to show interest above or below? And what's the reaction from buyers and sellers at these highs or lows? Are we going to be able to shift value and rotate down from there? Or do we trap and then look back in and then play this auction up, right? So like I don't really care about the individual candles. It's more of like, has the auction changed at all? And from where we've currently kind of shown an agreement in price. And if there isn't any shift of agreement, I don't trade. Like I'm not looking for a trade. So I guess you could do the same thing. I'd have to look to see what it looked like on a higher time frame candle, because all of this is, of course, you know, you could probably get all of the same information in one 30-minute candle, but how you play around that, I'm unsure because I don't do it myself. But like to me, like this is, I'm looking at stuff like this, right? Where like this is a very clear auction that's trying to happen. We're now looking above and now trying to bid off of where this auction high, right? Like this is how I visualize the market, is I'm seeing like this consolidation here. I'm seeing buyers now trying to attempt where sellers were holding before. What I'm looking for now is this going to be able to push for a look back up into these highs for continuation, or is this where we're going to offer and then we're going to look back in and then rotate through this range, right? Is this going to be our lower high off of this bounce, or can we look into these highs? If we do look into these highs, I expect a new high day, or sorry, not a new high day, a new high out of this range, because we've shown interest now and a shift of this seller to now a buyer. And we've confirmed it by taking out and retesting these highs. So that's kind of how I visualize the market. But like I know that if we can't get over this, I'm going to be looking for a sell side to then step back in here. And then I'm looking for a short to play this range back down to these lows, because I know that this buyer has failed and our seller is now moving the offer down steadily, right? Lower highs, lower highs, lower highs. And then I'm going to be looking for a full rotation through this range. So it's more a context of like, not an individual candle, but structurally how we're retesting into areas. Like this is a very clear lower high to me from this buyer that was present here. and we've now shifted where this bid is now where our offer is resting. So I need to see us break over this again, just visually. It makes sense to me, where like I know that the bid should be present here at this 110. I understand that the offer is sitting at this 123, and I need to see us recover this for upside continuation or take profit off if I'm trading off of this 110. If we reject here, then I'm looking for a push below our offer to hold, and then again, just this rotation through into this lower tail. So that's kind of like how I'm looking at this market always, is just context-wise, like where was the last bid? Where was the last offer? Is there a very clear pivot there? Where do I need to see us to breach? Where was the last bid? Where was the last offer? Those create my two zones, right? We have two very clearly defined zones at our 123 and our 110 here. This 123 rejection makes me think that we go down on any sort of offer and interest below 110s. That tells me that I'm thinking that we're probably coming down into these 90s if we see any sort of sweep, right? So like that's how I usually visualize things, is like, does it make sense for upside if we saw our offers above based off of where we were trading previously? Like, is this guy now just offsides? To me, it kind of looks like it, you know? We've failed to push over these highs and hold and sustain, right? So now it's just a pullback into where previous value was. So until we look back up into here and show interest, why would I be looking for longs? You know? It's kind of how I visualize it. It's like I need to see this look above, because all we're seeing is the offer lowering, lowering, lowering with this guy trapped. Something that you can easily do if you're like really focused in on candles themselves, instead go to a smaller time frame, and then instead of a candle body or like wick highs or any of that, use your fixed range tool, find an area where we consolidated, and then make that a fixed range, and then make this a fixed range, and then make this a fixed range, and watch your interactions around those areas, right? So you can get the same information with a little bit of a visual aid of what I just went over, which is like, where did these three little auctions take place where we had little battles between buyers and sellers, and where should we be expecting that bid and offer to be, right? Does it make sense that we bounced here into this value low? Yeah, totally. And it's what we thought was going to happen based off of the failure that happened here, right? As long as the offer is maintaining into these highs, we should expect that we then look down. What happens when we push back below this value edge? Well, this then becomes where our offer was sitting last, and then we should expect this rotation through, right? So we can play off of these and know where that bid needs to be and where our likely targets are going to go based off of where these little auctions have happened. So like with this failure here and that little bid, right, all we've done is really shown that these guys are trapped above and that this offer is holding and lowering, right, giving us our lower highs. Then this rotation down into these lows makes a lot of sense into these 90s, because we're just seeing that offer lower and the offer lower. You see how we're now holding the value edge? So we've now done this value rotation from value low to value high. And if we continue to fail here, we should be looking for a look below and then a continuation if this ever looks below, right, off of these failures here. But we got to see that first. And if we step back up, I'm expecting rotations back up to here. So that's kind of how I visualize price, is I just separate everything into like these boxes, right? I make everything basically a D profile, but based off of fixed ranges, and I'm just playing them into like smaller areas of what I would consider like where buyers are trying to move premium and discount, right? Or value high and value low. So instead of like looking at these as individual candles, make them areas of consolidation and then play them as D profiles of fixed range, right? like this. I think that's a much better visualization than trying to like trade a candle body.
JP Morgan turns overweight on emerging market Asia currencies.
Would you say 80% of your confirmation would be a retest to enter the trade instead of a break through the value low or high? Would you say 80% of your confirmation would be a retest to enter the trade instead of a breakthrough value high or low? Most of my confirmation comes from finding someone who I deem offsides. And then it's the lower high on secondary reactions that gives me the
So just a
interest
heads
to
up,
play
at
this
the top
downside.
of the hour, expect to hear from White House press briefing with Press Secretary Levitt at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. We have put out the video for that, and when, of course, it's due, it'll be there.
Right, like we just went through this whole trade and why we thought a new low would come in. It's because this idiot up here is offsides, right? And as soon as we fail at this value high from that fixed range that we just talked about, this guy is now, do you see how we failed at our value high edge to show any sort of sustain above? What does that mean? Well, that means that now, instead of just this guy being offsides, now this entire area I'm deeming as a catalyst for potentially being offsides, and our offer has lowered below where this buyer was, right? And as long as these guys remain offsides and we're unable to get above, we should take out this low because this bid isn't enough to sustain all of these people above, and our offer is continuing to lower. So this is just a value play where we traded from our value
10 minutes away from the top of the hour, we get the Baker Hughes total recount prior 584,
and then
oil
failed.
recount prior
And
479.
below, right? That leads to more downside off that failure at our high. That leads to our push down. So I usually am not playing primary reactions in, but I'm watching for overall context. I don't know if that actually answered any of your questions, but it was cool to see it play out live. I think it was a good visual aid to what I was talking about. Are you using TradingView? If so, can you share your chart setup? I am using TradingView, but it's I share my charts for people who are in the Discord, not for YouTube enjoyers. But I can walk you through it if you want to make something similar. So again, this is just our primary target here. This is Russell into our low. We're just still in this balance on Russell. No shift yet. So we've just done our full range rotation on both. We'll watch to see our interactions here. Not looking for more downside until I see Russell breach these lows. We already knew that this was supportive. This is our Globex low on NQ, and where we took our profits on our larger short from the same setup as before, right? Into this 130, 140. This is our downside leg. So still just in balance down here. See if we can find any weakness on Russell or if it's going to do another full oscillation. We want to see, just like before, we have a very clear buyer who was attempting here before. Is this now where our offer is going to be able to sit, or can we get back above, right? Can we shift value or no? Just ask questions, man. I'll answer anything you have. If it's in my power, I'll answer it. We've got a lot of lurkers who are afraid to ask questions, so those that do ask are asking for everyone.
You're gonna get so much more out of everything if you just ask.
Yeah. Dude, I've been trying to tell my little brother not to buy a house for like 2 years, and yesterday he texted me instead of coming to dinner with our like Thursday family dinner, his girlfriend and him were they're looking at houses. It's like how do I help this man not buy a house right now? They're like so desperate, like that they think this is their next step in their relationship. It's like just wait. I don't know what to do.
Not much you can, unfortunately. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
At that point.
My dad was like, we were at a dinner at my brother's graduation last week, and he's like, there's nothing I regret more than buying a house. That wasn't enough to convince him. Why shouldn't he buy a house? Because it's a terrible market right now.
Yeah, I think if you wait like 2 years, it should be much better. Even. But also, like, I don't know. Because he's, what, like 24, 23, or is he a little older?
No, he's 6 years younger than me, so yeah.
Yeah, so it's like, I don't know. I think that there's still, it's almost like the going to college thing where it's like this romanticized thing of like owning a home.
Yeah.
When in reality, like, I think you should just wait now. There's so much extra BS.
Yeah, like though I knew that it was a bad decision when they were like, we're sick of paying rent, and it's like, dude, you're gonna have property tax. It's the same shit. Like just
it's
like
exactly the same.
like what are you talking
well,
about?
Except now you have stuff. Well, you like for me, like we don't need to, but we should redo like our primary bathroom, and it's like, do we want to put like 10-20K into like redoing like, you know, like that's the reality that you like don't think about, and then you have to be like, well, how long do we want to stay here? Like,
that's what I was like, you're now stuck in Cleveland if you own this house. Like, is that something that you actually want, or just like rent and save? Like they've been able to save like combined very like maybe like 150K overall probably. And that's really good for their age. It's like, do you want to now put all of that into a house that potentially won't net you an invest like a positive return? Because like if that's your goal is to actually be able to make money on this thing, like I have my doubts. Like I get like wanting to like settle down, sure, whatever. But like if your goal is to put all of your money into this, take out a mortgage and then have a payment, is it worth it right now? And I was like, I don't think so. Like, could you, what's your rate of return? Are you looking to sell this thing in 10 years? Are you looking to sell it in 5? I could make you way more money with 150K in something else in the next 5 years than a house, if that's your goal, or while you just rent.
Yeah, like you singed that last statement. Like if that's the goal, there, in my opinion at least, and as someone who's in this as well, like there's no reason not to take that money and buy commercial property then. Like if the property goal is forward returns, like
so about 3 minutes ago, or about 2.5 minutes till we get the Baker Hughes data. Total recount prior 584, oil recount prior 479. And then we're also expected to hear from White House Press Secretary Levitt. The video is on the feed, on the Financial News feed.
Yes, that's exactly what I told him. I said, if you're going to buy anything at your age, you should be looking at a duplex and owning and living in the other half, and then basically letting your tenant pay your mortgage.
Yeah.
That's the only option that I told him that makes sense.
Makes sense too. Well, even for us, that's if and when we move out of this house, that's what we're looking at getting. Just because at that point we're gonna have to like move our moms in, kind of thing too.
It's the only thing that I thought would be sustainable. The appreciation can be good. Yeah, it can be. It depends on the market. Like my dad's bought 2 houses. His first house he bought made 0 money because the market was garbage and he had to put 30K into the house, so it offset and it was basically net neutral or a loss. And his secondary house he bought when
Surely
BlackRock
expecting
was
the Baker Hughes recap
when the market
data.
went crazy and he made like 100K in like 6 months.
Also, surely
the market's just went
expected to hear
nuts.
from White House Press Secretary Levitt.
Like the people who bought it, they put up their house when he was getting his divorce, his new house, after selling his old one. They had it for maybe a year at most. And they put it on market, and like 2 weeks later, he got a cash offer above market price like a day after they put it up. Like it's just a very different market. And is that market going to persist? Like people who are buying at these high prices, are we in a cash liquid market right now? I don't think so. So I'd rather wait until this bubble kind of bursts a bit. People were super cash liquid after COVID. I don't think that's the case anymore. I don't know. I'm not a real estate guy, but it doesn't seem like a good time. I feel like you're going to make more money just waiting 2 years, having your savings like 150K and a 5% yields is like over the next 2 years is going to net you much more while you wait and rent than trying to buy now. But I'm not an expert.
Total recounts 578.
Not my field of interest. Yeah, not my auction, bro. Are the deltas reliable on TradingView for spotting buyers and sellers? Yeah. They're not they're great for after the fact levels, I think. I don't think intra-candle they're all that great. But I think once price is settled, they're fine to be used. Like understanding like where your value high, your value low, and your POC is can be very useful, as well as where these stacked imbalances are being created. I think are great levels for any sort of retest or reoffer. So as well as like spotting people who are outside of the quote unquote value for that candle, who are offside.
And oil recount 474, 474.
Would you say we found a bottom? No. The more you watch, Francis, the more you'll start to see how I use the levels on the footprint to correlate with my trades off of just the TradingView one. And you can see how I use it. I think the way that we've found utilizing it as like a reoffer rebid tool and like where we can find very clear like demand or supply is probably the best way to utilize it. It's the best way I've found, at least. Like if I turn off all indicators, we can see, and let's turn off all drawings as well. Like, do you see like these areas to me are really great. It's like there's very clearly the offer sitting here into previous POC into this stacked imbalance. And to me, like, until we breach over that, that's very clearly our offer. Or we should be expecting sell side to be sitting. And then we can go to our DOM and then see the same thing, right? We have a visual clue, and then we can then watch it in real time on our actual DOM, right? I don't expect any crazy movements until Russell figures out what it wants to do, though, into these lows. Very clear oscillation again. Give me 1 second, guys. Be right back. Farrah, what's a bottom to you? What designates a bottom?
Canada's PM Carney is to announce his new cabinet on Tuesday.
Like, if you had to create a definition for a bottom, what is it? Well, I'm not asking you why you think that. I'm asking you what the definition of a bottom is to you. You don't have to explain yourself of why, like, this is there a buyer here? Yeah, definitely, right? Is there a difference between a buyer being somewhere and a bottom, though? Like, I'm really trying to. Okay, you need to think about this. Like, what is a bottom? And what time frame are you talking about? And what's supposed to happen from a bottom? What's the difference between a balance low and a bottom? Why are there question marks at the end of that? I asked you a question or a definition. You're still asking questions. All right, that's fine. It's fine if you don't know, but I want to like would you be able to find a bottom instantly, or do we need to travel away from that area for you to have confirmation for a bottom to be shown? Yeah, right. So like, have we traveled away? Are we still in our overall downtrend? Has there been any shift or of interest anywhere? Or are we just kind of consolidating? Still in the same trend? Yeah, right. So there's nothing has been confirmed, right? There's no way you could be like, this is the low. We haven't shown any interest back above our main pivot at 110, right? We haven't shown any interest above VWAP. That's still hard resistance. We're just showing all that we're doing is exactly what we talked about when I was talking about our higher time frame earlier, which is shifting our value, right? From where these buyers were before. Actually, let me change this to green. Right, where our buyers were last in this upper auction. Do you see how we're now trying to shift this to a seller value? So like, yeah, we're holding this low, sure. And we traveled away from it. But now we're below where all of these bids were stepping in previously in this upper auction. And now we're holding it as resistance. So there's nothing yet that's telling me that this low wants to maintain other than we're holding it right now slightly, but there's no interest above. So to me, like sell side's still very much there, and we're just kind of exhausting out buyers down here at the lows until they run out of liquidity, and then we have to go lower, you know? So what would I need to see for us to be like, yeah, this low makes sense, I want to play it, and I want to play it up to, 180s again. I mean, you could do it. You could try with your stops, below this low and try to play off of this if you thought it was of interest to you with more risk, right? Like if you thought this was our low, sure, go for it, right? That's fine. But like, what are you actually playing off of level wise? And does it make sense? Have we shown any of that interest above? I don't know. Do we have enough trap participants in our low for you to consider that we want to be playing this as a right side of V? Like to me, I would like to see these guys continue to get absorbed down here. And I'd love to see us then show interest above, right? Start to actually build and show interest on the next candle, right? With us holding POC like we did here. Right? Like to me, it's like, yeah, sure, a bottom was put in when we started to build the next candle up above this POC and then above this POC, right? This is now a playable thing for me because we're showing a flip. So if we can flip above this and then bid this 110 and then pop up, like that to me is then playable. But I don't have enough information in this low yet. All I know is that we're trading in this range between these participants. And so it's just like an oscillation until we can flip it. We've got 3 minutes left on this candle. Maybe we head back up to this target up here. If we can flip this again to supportive. Just like it was on these last tests. And then maybe we rotate up to here. But yeah, I don't know. I just don't have enough information because we haven't pushed away from it enough for me to designate it as anything other than just chop.
We talked about this a bit last week, Sparrow, but kind of like what Sig was getting at, like just simple rules, man, can really save you from kind of like the mental anguish. Like the lower lows, higher highs, just waiting for that, being comfortable. Like at a bottom, like bottom isn't good for me until we have excess. Or we need to trade away, like what Sig was describing. Until then, it really doesn't matter what's happening to me.
Yeah, so like to me, it's just like if you want to trade, it's a scalp until we break out of it. right? Like we have very clearly defined edges.
And Levitt begins her press conference.
Right? And so like you're fine to play the higher low into this, and then the lower high into this, and then scalp the range because it's a clearly defined auction between this high and this low. But to try to say it's anything other than that, I personally don't have enough information to do that. So far, like if you wanted to play this area, there's been two things that have been working, right? There's been the look below our ETH low, the look above, and then secondary bid. The look below, secondary bid. Those have led to rotations up to 110. And then there's been another idea, which is the look above our 110, and then the failure and look back below. And we've now seen that play out, 7 times, which is just balance. Right? It's our recovery and look back in, and recovery and look back in. And we continue to maintain that.
Surely expecting the Fed reverse reappropriation data.
Yeah, it's hard to trade without them, man. If you don't have hard set rules, it's going to be really the things that are going to screw you over the most are not stopping out of trades that you know are wrong, right? Subconsciously. Those are the things that ruin you. Like without hard rules of when things are invalidating and when you need to reverse or just cut your losses. Like if you don't have that in place, you can have great days where you buy dips and you get lucky, but like the trades that don't work are
31
going to
counterparties take
destroy you
142s, bought $272 billion at Fed reverse reappropriation.
because you don't have hard set rules or are unwilling to reverse your positions when things invalidate for your overall plays. Right? Like if you stay in things, they will bleed you dry. I see it happen to you guys in my DMs every day. Where you're like, everything worked, and then I just didn't stop out when I should have and reversed the trade, and I was stuck in this position. And it's like, why were you stuck? What do you mean you were stuck? Just close it. Well, no, I couldn't, because what if we came back down? All right, well, then you enter again, man. Like, what do you... Like, you have a gun to your head saying you couldn't exit the position?
Levitt says the US will work to achieve the best possible deal with China.
Either what you thought was going to happen happened, or it didn't, and you need to trade around that. Sometimes things chop, and you should just not be in that trade. Is the bottom in? I don't know. This was a good retest, though. Look in, rotation of our balance, nice higher low. Now retesting our balance high again. See if we can hold and push over this for rotations up, or if this is going to reject and then wrap these guys here, and then we need to look for the look below or ETH low for continuation down. Unsure. You guys like keep talking about bottoms, and I just like we're not even above POC on the daily. Like I don't. We have so many like hard resistances above us. Like I don't know, man. Let's see what happens into like ETH POC here. Let's see what happens into our value low edge on Russell. Let's see what happens into NQ POC. Like we have such hard resistances above us. Did you miss the edge low? Yeah, but like, is the overall bottom in for the day? Well, I have no fucking clue. You have two options in balance. You either are willing to play the low, or you're not. You play your edges, or you're not playing your edges. You're waiting. Like, I don't. You missed the edge low. Now you wait.
Go out of it too. I was just thinking about this. Day type, like we're balanced, right? We have a really strong double distribution. I'm not really like looking for a bottom on a balanced day.
Levitt says Trump
It's a very
abides by all
different
conflict
style. Like I'm
of
looking
interest
for
rule in
rotation.
crypto.
And maybe splitting that up can help you guys in some of these scenarios as well. If that makes any sense.
Levitt to reporters says Trump
they
is
do?
confident in Brexit in discussions.
Strange.
Levitt says Trump wants India and Pakistan de-escalation. And Rubio is in contact with both nations.
How many accounts are you about to have, man? Crazy.
Too many. Or not enough.
All the liquidity just drained. Holy. The hell was that?
I don't know. It is a wick.
Levitt says Trump will not unilaterally bring down tariffs on China. So again, Trump will not unilaterally bring down tariffs on China.
Okay.
Levitt says 80% was a number Trump threw out there.
Back to our offer here. Off of our hold of our lows. No change. See if that's enough of a excess to lows to actually bid up now. Stuff like
Levitt
that
says
is
the US
interesting to me.
needs to see concessions from China.
See if we can bid those.
Again, Levitt says 80% for China tariff is number that Trump threw out there.
Just keeping an eye on this like 110 area. 100 to 110. See if a bid can hold there. If it fails, then expect full retraces down to our lows from that news candle. But if we can bid and hold, I'm interested. See that here. This is our test.
Levitt says Trump is committed to 10% baseline tariff. And 10% baseline tariff will remain for the UK.
He's got to keep a 10% base on everyone, or people are just going to move to whatever country has the lowest. Russell, really nice hold. Structurally, I think that looks the best off this retest. Waiting. NQ still a bit indecisive here at 110s. I think it looks okay with Russell leading up. As long as Russell continues to lead, this looks good to me. I want to see us interacting over 130 for any sort of like real continuation though. Previous day value low and POC retest here on NQ. Again, you gotta show interest over this 130 or it's just the same short over and over again.
This 78 to 80 is that same area on ES. Russell does look good. 4 minutes till new half hours.
Levitt says it's ridiculous that Trump would do anything for his own gain.
Uh-huh. This is the funniest joke I've heard in a minute. RTY POC shifting here is interesting to me. Our first shift. A huge rotation if we do it.
Levitt says that the White House will let Congress work out SALT tax issue.
New 15's opening now. Still just trading this 100, 110. Just waiting. New sleep token? I'll look at it right now, Rory.
Oh boy.
I did not like the last songs that they put out, personally. Bit boring.
Levitt on possible 80% tariff concession says that's not what Trump said.
What's up, Jason? Welcome, welcome. We just gotta let this guy to stop yapping. You're tracking SPY and occasional options trader? Gotcha. Yeah, it's always good to keep an eye on SPY when you're trading options, even if it's for other stuff, just if they're correlated. It's good.
So far halfway back's holding, but still kind of in rotation mode.
Yeah, I mean 2 o'clock we'll probably get movement. That is usually how it works. This Russell shift at POC is very interesting to me. Mm, I never know how to answer this question when people ask me how long have I been trading. Futures coming on like a year and a half, I think. Options probably 7 years. Stocks probably 9 years. Yeah, we pivoted away from options like 1 to 2 years ago pretty heavily, and then switched like full time to futures just because it made way more sense. Too many of like the people that were following us had they didn't have large enough accounts where like lots of scalping made sense, right? Only take like 3 scalps a week, and that wasn't great. Futures is way better for scalping and for smaller setups and still being able to trade with leverage in the same markets. And the ability to like have prop accounts is really great where you don't even have to trade your own money and still you can be profitable. Like it's just such a better instrument to trade for scalping and for retail. Yeah, I mean the reason why retail loves options is because it's leveraged, right? So you get the same kind of leverage with futures, but without the drawdown of being limited in the trades that you can take. Like with options on smaller accounts, less than 20K. And then with like again with prop firms, like as long as you pass an eval, you can trade their money, and then you're safe. Where basically, if you blow up your account, you're only losing your initial investment into the eval account plus whatever like the monthly fee and then the activation fee. So instead of blowing up, $7,000 or $20,000, you're blowing up like I don't know 150. It's a much better risk to reward. Just so much better. So that pivot made a lot of sense. This just looks like slow grind up to VWAPs to me, guys. I don't know if it's going to be tradable. We'll see what happens here in door highs. I think Russell and ES just want that VWAP. Want testing into previous day value low here on NQ. ES has a bit more room. Just this 130, 140 is going to be tough. And then even above that, like there isn't a ton of room. Like our 15-minute VWAP sitting at 165. So even if we push through this, do we just find that seller again there and then just reject heavily? I don't have the answer for you. Too slow. If there was going to be any bullish setup here that was going to give us an opportunity to get in, I think it would be on ES.
White House Press Secretary Levitt ends
a
remarks at
retest
briefing.
POC, and then a rotation into our value high, right? Like something like this. That's the only thing that I would say was potentially viable. Like a short-term seller sitting at that VWAP into like 83 on ES, and then push back down into like 78 for a POC retest, and then a pop to 88. Right, just like a structural play like that. But it doesn't have to happen. Like now that Levitt's done talking, maybe we just go up. We've got a buyer showing interest at 116 on NQ. Just gonna watch this area as we push down on any sort of retest here. This is Russell into VWAP. See what happens. $40 seconds till new 15 minutes. We just want to see the dip like aggressively bought on this new 15 open from our rejection of Russell VWAP. Just watch to see where these lows get put in. You look for a bid from this value to POC, I think. New 15s have opened. Just giving it a second. I might miss this move. It's fine. Went and saw Thunderbolts last night. Actually worth. If you wanted to see a movie, that one's pretty good. The new Marvel one. It's probably the first Marvel movie that I thought was not absolute dog shit since like Endgame.
Holy.
It's all of like the comedic side characters as the main characters in this one. It's basically like Marvel's Suicide
Deadpool?
Squad. Yeah.
Oh, so, okay.
You know what I mean? Like it's like all of
Yeah.
like it's good. It's entertaining. Hmm. Finally getting our
Cheery
pullback.
test here.
Yeah.
It's for ES rotation.
See what happens here. It's rejection of previous day value low on ES, pulling back to POC on our daily. Watching our like 120, 115 area on NQ as we push down. See if we find a bid here. If we get one more leg down and then look over like this, what I'd like to see. Or if we just look over 140s in bed, then we can just do it immediately. But thinking that push into 120 seems pretty likely. If we continue to find our offer at 40s with Russell showing weakness below. Right now, we're just bidding off of our 128, which is our value high from previous candle, which is fine. It's bullish. But there's potential for a rotation down into that POC at like 112, 115. So just want to see if we can find this bid again as we rotate back down off of that exhaustion at our highs. Failure to find a bid as we push down into previous day value low and our current POC of previous candle, right? This yellow zone that we have drawn. If this doesn't hold, then we flip back below 110s. Pretty bearish overall. Because then we'll just have all these guys trapped up here. But as long as this yellow zone is finding a bid and we can look back over, I think rotation into 165 seems very likely. Just for our VWAP test.
According to sources here, Trump administration was proposing a compact or free association agreement with Greenland.
looking over. See if we can do it.
If we get a test in on ES and can hold the 89.90, you should like look for a fill up through daily open. That fills your sell side imbalance and test structure above. At 700, like 95 to 700 area. NQ's got a lot of room. It's like 100 points for that same test.
Need to see a bit more from Russell here on this push. This is ES into our value edge. Russell into VWAP, NQ into our RTH VWAP. Good hold on the bid of 140 off of our look into PVZ at 128 and our value high of previous candle. Again, I just don't know if we get any much above this 165. I really don't. So as we push up into this, you should be risking off. I just took off 1 into 58s there. See if we get any more. Unless.
That's the spirit. I'm done. Never mind.
15 seconds until new 15-minute candles. I feel like we lose the plot. We push below this like 140, 145 again. I would like to see just higher lows hold. Again, I'm not sure on what happens as we push into this VWAP. It's been a sell every time so far. So I'm kind of keeping that as my general perspective until I see Russell show any interest up here. POC just shifted to this VWAP and this node that we're building out up here on Russell. So with this, if we don't show any sort of interest above this 31.7, I expect us to fill this LVN back down to 26.9 before we get a continuation. So need to see interest relatively soon, or I think top is in for the short term until Russell fills this LVN here. If we can't get over 65s on NQ and we can't show any interest above on Russell. So just keeping our eye on this resistance. See if we can show any interest. Or I'll be looking for LVN hold, rotation down, and then we look for a bid like that.
According to Semaphore, US is reviewing benchmark capital ties to China's startup. So again, that's according to Semaphore. Further detail into this here, the US Treasury Department is reviewing a benchmark capital-led $75 million investment in Chinese startup Manus AI. As according to two people familiar with the matter, the latest example of an intensifying tech race between the two nations. The Silicon Valley firm recently received an inquiry from the department into whether the financial backing is covered by new restrictions on investments in AI and other key technologies that are destined for nations of concern.
Nations of concern.
And we have posted out the article from Semaphore on the Financial News feed for you to read through.
Watching our retest into 30.5 on Russell, just that value edge from the range above. Off of our bounce here from 29.1, just the range below. This offer will be telling. Watching our edge retest here on Russell. I'm thinking one more leg down. Just to complete the target to the POC shift. We'll see though.
Europe is in discussions with the US over ultimatum to end the war in Ukraine.
$40 till new 15s. To me, there's been no change. Looks like it's still like one more leg down, but we'll see.
So further detail from this here, senior European officials are in discussions with Trump administration to finalize an agreement on a 30-day ceasefire in Ukraine that would impose new sanctions on Russia if Putin doesn't budge, according to people familiar with the matter. The plans aren't yet final, and moving forward still hinges on the US, which has called for a unconditional truce and for Russia and Ukraine to both to be held accountable for respecting the sanctity of direct negotiations.
New 15s opening now. I think 28's a first, this 25 to 28's a great first risk off if you're short from the highs from 165 or the retest 150s. I think we go lower. I think like 100, 115 should be a target, but whatever comes first, either the Russell POC shift at 26.7 or that 100, 110 area on NQ. Just paying attention to this. That is a great first risk off here. This is that white box target that I was looking for, POC of this candle. So let's see now what happens now we've retraced this POC shift at 26.7. Again, expect reaction here. You should be like 2/3 out of your position here. This is target. If you want to leave a runner, I totally get it, but understand where we are. This is our major pivot, that 110. And the full move we were looking for on Russell. Right? All we did was come back in, fail at our value high from this previous range, and then trade down into this low. So now, if we start to show interest below this, we can go down further, but we should expect this to basically just chop here until a decision is made. This is another one of those higher time frame things where we can just like predict what's going to happen and where we can determine where like sell side's most likely going to be on a balance, which is almost always for me just going to be a reversion to our 15-minute VWAP. It just seems to play so well. And then it's like, okay, well, what's the catalyst? Because that's not enough. So to me, it's like if Russell's POC shifts into our highs and we don't see any acceptance above our VWAP, this is just like hard resistance for me. And it's like, okay, this is now hard resistance. We're not seeing any acceptance above. Now we're just looking for the acceptance below this value area that we've created, right? This auction, this upper auction. As soon as we start to see that, it's like, okay, well, where are we headed? Well, where was the POC shift that we shifted on the daily time frame? Well, it was here at this 26.7 and we shifted up here. And if we're not showing any interest above it, then that means that the POC shifted because sell side's sitting here, right? So if sell side's sitting here and we're holding below where the POC shifted up, then where was value found last? Well, down here, right? So we should be expecting this rotation to fill that LVN that was here, which is why we can expect what we expected, right? It's because we have resistance into our Russell VWAP, or our NQ VWAP with Russell holding where it needs to for sell side. So then it's just a reversion down to where value was found last. Hopefully that makes sense. So like when we look on our 15-minute footprint chart for this area, it's like, does this make sense if you are using your brain and don't have a bias for this reversion here?
Cherry ginger ale? That sounds like it slaps, man.
I used to love that cranberry ginger ale when I was a kid. I haven't had it in a while. But usually the fruity ginger ales aren't bad.
Just a Shirley Temple in a can.
Yeah. Were people comfortable playing that downside into our upside target? Like we weren't looking for more into 165 into our VWAP, and now we've reverted to our deviation of our VWAP here into our 110. Just balance. Or no, with the Russell weakness. I'm sure it's a ridiculous amount of sugar. Gonna clean these up a little bit further now that these have played. Much else to talk about. Your entire vault gets deleted. What?
I mean, basically, they're reworking. It's like this is the closest to Destiny 3 that we're gonna get. It's like Armor 3.0. They're redoing all armor, all weapons. So
Yikes.
it's a fresh start. The light level is getting smashed back down to starting light level like 100.
And it's probably a good thing, but God, does that feel bad?
Well, it's not like it's actually getting deleted.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're like Varg, or if you're like me, where you've already played through like 9 different sunsetting, like it just feels really not great. Where you like
Yeah.
put like 200 hours into a game, or 1,000 hours, and then it's just like nothing matters. Like I remember when I started playing with you guys again, and my entire vault was just obsolete. It's like,
Well,
what can
they
I say?
unsunsetted everything
Yeah, well,
that got
great.
sunsetted.
Great. All you had to do was wait 2 years for them to do it.
And it's not like it's gonna. I don't think the weapon side is gonna be that bad. The armor side needed to happen. There's like armor sets now, and it's gonna be very good.
I'm glad you're happy about it. That's what matters.
NYMEX diesel June futures settle at around $2.06 a gallon. Gasoline June futures settle at around $2.10 a gallon. NYMEX WTI crude June futures settle at $61.02 a barrel, up $1.11 or 1.85%. And NYMEX natural gas June futures settle at around $3.79.
This double distribution. Yeah, it can be argued that for sure. This upper one and this lower one. I think it's more like this in the sense of what it actually is. Right? We've got this upper, sure, our day open, but this distribution down here is gigantic. So it feels more like small upper B, giant lower B. But yeah, regardless, there is 2 defined distributions. With this balance from this morning, and then this very gigantic lower balance. I'm personally treating this, Mark, as just a D profile. And if we ever break over this, then sure, we can trade up into this upper distribution. Hopefully that makes sense. So for me, this is just resistance until proven otherwise. I've been closing all of my longs into this and then looking for shorts for the pushback down. So I've played the last 2 tops. So I've closed longs and then opened shorts in the opposite direction once we've established a lower high. This low looks good though so far. But we gotta show interest above still. But there's a decent amount of trapped people into this low. This is basically how I've been treating the day. We've gone over it a bunch, but I don't know how long you've been in the stream, but we have a very clear resistance with this being our 50-minute VWAP. That's been holding pretty clearly as our offer. And we have this buyer who was absorbing into 110s that then is just supportive again as of right now. We've got these guys who are a bit caught off sides into this low, like this 110, 120. But if we shift back below, I just expect this to then do this lower rotation where this then is going to do this oscillation down here. Basically just two areas of two balances in the overall balance like this. But 160 to 180 very clearly our offer up here. It has been on these last attempts as well. And we've just been rejecting or curling over on any attempt into this VWAP and then just coming down off of it. But as long as you are playing off of this like 100, 110 and this 160, 180, really all that matters right now. This looks like chopped in between here. If we start to show interest below and then offer below this seller, I could definitely see us taking out these lows down into 060. But need to see it happen first. I think Russell is the best visual aid that you can give yourself. I've been saying that a lot today, but like this is very clear. Yeah, exactly. The spam calls are out of control, man. I am so done
I've
with
been
it.
getting so many. There's this one number that has been calling me like 5 times a day. And I like pick up and I'm like, you need to take me off your list. And they're like, okay. And then like I'm at the point where I need to figure out if there's something I could do with like I will sue these guys for like harassment. It's like getting to that point.
Yeah.
I do not care. That yes, but that's not the principle. That's not the point.
And they're using fake numbers. Like it's all they're not real phone numbers. They just create a new one and then you're still on the list. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Because it's all VoIP.
These guys got to learn their lesson. It's not even about me. It's about the grandma too, who they're doing this to. Like that poor woman.
Yeah, that's why I'm lucky because I have a Georgia area code, but I live in a different state, so it's very easy to spot them. But I still annoying. Still annoying. Hmm. Yeah, they fill it every day. I have to like check because people are like, "Your voice box is filled," and I'm like, "How?" It's like, "Oh, there's 20 different spam calls that have left a 5-second voicemail." 50 seconds till new 15s. Excuse me. Yawning. You can get something. There's a app called Truecaller. If you're not on Verizon, Truecaller will do the same thing for you, even the free version. New 15s opening now. So this is a full oscillation on Russell from our rejection of our top balance. Interested to see what happens here now that we've met our low target and we've now done our upper oscillation. If we lose momentum here again, could be give us room on NQ for down. Just waiting, but it is interesting. Watch as we react into this 50
US Embassy in
again.
Kiev warns of potentially significant air attack in coming days. Seeing Brent crude futures settle at $63.91 a barrel, up $1.07 at $1.07 or 1.7%.
See if we see sell side here again. NQ VWAP, yes, value high. We either lose momentum here or we're looking for a flip. I think this is a great first risk off as we come back down into our 28s. If you are playing off that top edge with Russell rejecting our highs and NQ rejecting our highs and ES rejecting our highs. Not a lot here if you're not willing to just play balance. I've just been sitting in this trade and then exited most of my runners there. Now just in my average up from this 150 on the retest. Just the same as before. Watch an RTY flirt with our edge here. Could rotate up to like 31.6 if we recover this. Just do our VWAP and then watch to see reaction. Upside pretty likely if Russell recovers that edge, I think. For ES, right? Like this is just very clear. A star pivot up here. How much time do we have left? An hour?
Yeah.
$50 seconds till turn of hour and new 15s.
According to people familiar, Trump team lists include roughly 20 economies, and US set trade talk priority list of economies big and small. So just some further detail into this here. The Trump administration's first trade talks involve an eclectic mix of major exporters and economies, as the White House looks to rack up agreements that could serve as models further negotiations. Trump's team has set a list of roughly 20 partners as the focus of early negotiations, according to people familiar with the matter said. The group includes nations such as Japan, South Korea, Vietnam, all top sources of US imports, where Trump wants to shrink the trade deficit. It also encompasses comparatively minor partners like Fiji, Lesotho, and Mauritius, according to what the people said. Besant has said that the US is emphasizing talks with 18 nations, but has not publicly identified the full list. That includes China, which is due to begin talks this week. Slate is designed to establish templates to quickly reach other deals, according to what Lunding has said. Remember, Lunding's said that too, and Navarro's also said that before the morning as well. Also, according to the US, Rubio and German counterpart discussed ending the war in Ukraine.
What's up, Izzy?
Hello.
I was stopped on runners there on the look over 56. I'll wait to see if we get back in or not. Just top of range here. Watching to see if we can actually build above or if this is just going to offer again. Unsure. But Russell into our VWAP. Not a huge rejection as of right now, so it's promising for upside for last hour. But we need to see a bit more. I'll be a lot more convinced over 31.6. Or I just expect us to basically fizzle out here on the bid. and then look back below, and then do some sort of rotation like this. So we'll see what happens. Again, we've had a strong rejection into our 50-minute VWAP. That's sitting at 161 right now. I'm really not convinced on any bullish move until we get over 180. I know that's 20 points above us, but there's really not much here until we show clear acceptance 160, 180 from buyers, or it's just going to be exhaustive again, and then we look for the rotations back down for another balance rotation. Russell would be a great first early indicator that we wanted to go up and break out of this in our last hour if we could start to build above. If this just rejects, then there's been no shift, and we're just watching for this rejection again, and then the same rotation we just played.
According to the New York Times, the US models orders to facilitate nuclear plant construction. The New York Times citing drafts of orders on nuclear plants. So potential actions could include overhauling the Nuclear Regulatory Commission and leaning on the US military to deploy new reactors.
Russell likes
So
that
the Trump
news.
administration is considering several executive orders aimed at speeding up the construction of nuclear power plants to help meet rising electricity demand. The draft order says that the US has fallen behind China in expanding nuclear power and call for a wholesale revision of federal safety regulations to make it easier to build new plants. They envision the Department of Defense taking a prominent role in ordering reactors and installing them on military bases.
Love that. Into our 180 here. See if offer holds. I'd love to see this become supportive, like we talked about with the look above on Russell VWAP for continuation higher. Again, I got stopped out of my short at 56. That was intentional because there was trapped sellers down here. We were just playing this rotation between balance. This look above, if it can hold, really great for us. Then we can look up into like 215, 230, that area we can hold here. I'd love to see a bit of a retest.
Getting some pretty big and important underlying tests on this too. Microsoft into primary node edge. You have Apple over daily open towards yesterday POC. A lot of shenanigans.
No. All right, Russell VWAP retest here. Just building out, flagging at this 160, 180. Let's see if we can do it. 2 minutes left on this candle. Bit of work to do. Looks fine though. Flirting with this 180 again. Let's see if they do a classic close at day open kind of vibe. Testing our value edge on ES and NQ, as well as VWAP on Russell off our rejections, off our 180. Watching for reactions here. $50 seconds till new 15s. Probably won't get a real decision until new candles open, would be my guess. $10 seconds. This looks the best on ES for me. NQ a little bit lower than I wanted, but it's fine. Just watching our offer. New 15s have opened. Held above our 15-minute VWAP, important.
Nippon's Mori to go to meet Trump administration, according to officials. That's an article from Semaphore. So Nippon's Takehiro Mori headed to Washington next week for meetings with the administration officials on U.S. Steel merger.
Still not positioned, just waiting. So far, it just looks like a pretty solid retest of previous candle POC at that 55. I'd like to see a step back over 80s, though, for any confirmation. We've got, this is our main resistance here, into 75. Value high of previous candle. Russell still rejecting our pivot. That weakness might be the death of us here.
Mexico's Finance Minister Amador says 51% of Mexico's exports covered by USMCA in early April. And Mexican exports under USMCA rules to grow at least 10%.
I'm waiting for RTY to find a low before I try anything. I don't mind where the bid is happening, this 50 to 55, but with weak Russell, it's going to be rough. It's just going to be back into balance. I'm not sold on the sell, though. But I do need to see this action from here. This pop over and bid. I think if you're long off of that 55, first risk off into 75, expect your offer to be sitting there. If we step above and then look over, you get more. You should expect sell side to be sitting into that 175, 180. Watching Russell retest for offer. you're playing off that offer, this is a great first risk off. We need to see it step below 150 and then hold that 150, 155 for continuation down. Then you should be able to target like 125. Just following pathing. Is our look below? So we want to see a shift of value here from these buyers, sellers on reoffer into this node. So just pay attention to see if that'll happen. If we're going to get our secondary leg off of the offer into this and failure to get above. Now we're watching this node here. Waiting on R2I for the next leg. We are here, right? So we're watching to see if this offer is going to hold now, and then we get the full rotation down, or if we can get back above. This little volatility here on NQ kind of meaningless. We're just waiting on Russell to figure out what it's going to do. Good bid at 55. They're attempting again. Russell still flat. This is telling me that there's potentially a reoffer into our 168 if we hold this 55. Just keeping an eye on it while Russell drops sideways while we wait. Right, this is just a look below and then a look above, and now we're watching to see if there's going to be rejection and then a continuation down like this, or just straight up goes down and then continues while we wait for RTY to figure out what it wants to do here. Well, I just called the end keys movement noise while we wait. Okay, let me add some perspective. There you go. So as long as that 50-55 is holding this rotation into 70s, makes complete sense. It's just a little balance rotation while we wait for Russell to make a decision. Mm. 50 seconds until new 15s.
Maybe our final half hours as well.
Most of the time it's a real person, Robert. Sometimes it's AI. Just depends if the guy needs a break. During Globex, it's a robot. So if you were like to join our Discord voice during Globex hours, there'd be a guy saying the news text to speech for most of it. Not all of it, but for Asia market particularly. A hot British guy.
He's whatever you want him to be. That's the power of AI.
And there's our breakdown on Russell, leading to our next leg on NQ. Coming back down into our 140, see if we can get the full rotation to 128. Might need a retest here, another rejection of 150, 155, unsure. Yes, this is a great first target into 80s, secondary target down into 76. Taking off a little bit more here. This is R128. Watching for Russell full oscillation here. Don't know what to expect as we push down into this low, but I'm expecting a bit of a bid, so just taking off a little risk. If we fail into our 50s as we approach, as we push up, probably one more leg down into that 110 again. We'll see.
According to US officials, Iran delivered FATH 360 missiles to Russia in 2024. And sources say Iran prepares to send Russia launchers for short-range ballistic missiles.
See if we find an offer here into this 150, 155. We need to see Russell find a resistance again as well, seeing as that's been our guide for these shorts. As long as that is momentum, no reoffer. So I was just waiting. Full oscillation on NQ and ES. Back to original short target at this 170. No change. Watching to see if we bid 50-55 now. If we do, then that's a great step for that look like this. If we find a buyer there. So really keep our eye on this on retest here. Big test. Take your first risk off into the high here into 170. If you are playing off the rebid 55. We can look over, we should be able to push. Our first crypto bot in chat. Huge.
Holy, that's actually you're making it.
Yeah.
That's congrats, bro. Crazy.
Russell weakness into our highs again. Just watching to see if the bid will hold. We're in this 50-55 area. Stop at 46. Might be a little too tight. We'll see. Just waiting to see what Russell does here. ES rejected our high of rotations. NQ rejected our high of rotations. We're just trying to see if the secondary buyer is going to have enough to hold it, or if this fails. There's really no long continuation until this look over 75.80, which is what we have drawn. But we gotta see what we're gonna do here. Potentially get stepped out of these runners, unsure. What bias? I mean, we're trapped in balance, man. But I'm trying to play a higher low here at our 46 to 55. But it could easily fail on me. Like, if we can't get over the 60, offer's going to hold, and then we're going to make a rotation down to probably 110. We'll see. It's going to be dependent on if Russell rejects, I think. Right, if we do this and then fail, should lead to another leg down. They don't really have a bias, though. It's just the same trades over and over again with balances. I can't tell what direction it's going to go. Yeah, exactly. We're in the middle of a balanced area, so there's you flip a coin. Watching our reaction here as Russell approaches target and NQ holds our pivot. If Russell finds relief here, then NQ can go up. If Russell starts to sell and this isn't the great relief, then we're going to do the full rotation on NQ. That's all I got. Again, my stop is sitting at 46. My average is 56. Just my runners here off the flip from the short. I could easily get stopped out of this if Russell starts to show more weakness.
According to Kremlin spokesman Peskov, quoted by Russian news agencies, Russia immediately supported a 30-day ceasefire, provided nuances were taken into consideration.
Two minutes here till final 15s.
Taking off some risk as we approach 70. Looking for that look above for continuation. Got our bounce on Russell low with NQ holding our pivot. Do last 15 of the day, 10 seconds. 5 minutes till MOC after that. Stopped there. On my runners. See what happens. Probably short. I'm just gonna post my stop there. On any reoffer, waiting for Russell to figure it out. It's either going to be a very clear look below and then bid back, or offer is going to stick here. And then we look for that last leg down into 110 into close. Gonna be patient with this one. Like I would have taken that trade if we didn't have 1 minute until MOC. It's a very obvious flip. That's why my stop was there. But I will wait for initial reaction on MOC and then play direction, if anything.
One minute until we get the market on close imbalance data.
Big mock. Big mock guy.
Ten seconds.
MOC opening now.
Market on close imbalance. S&P 500 buy side 929 million. Nasdaq 100 buy side 458 million. Dow 30 buy side 266 million. And Mag 7 buy side 178.2 million.
Yeah, small MOC, but potentially important here. See if we flip back.
So as a reminder, at the top of the hour, Trump is expected to sign executive orders.
Watching to see if we can hold here again. Same as before. Just this 46 to 55. Russell leading up. It's useless.
Did you do the treadmill one? That go.
Figure it out, boys.
I take a day here into the close.
Yeah, Russell, full oscillation off that. NQ sideways. Still holding 46 though. Bids there. Offer at 70, of course, same as before. If you are playing this is your rotation. We're looking for the look above and hold. We're going to continue with Russell. And there's nothing.
I wonder if there were sellers. The NQ value high.
Well, Three-point range on NQ feels so bad, man. I wish we had more time.
One more minute.
Like, surely this is one more leg down, right? What do they do in Globex? Like, surely that this is just this.
There is your bell. Hope everyone left enjoyed their nice balanced week. Very exciting. I had one of these in a while. Our last actual week like this was the beginning of February. Isn't that crazy? I guess we had one mid-March, basically in this area.
About sums up trading the morning compared to the afternoon. Like, just chop. Can you see where our morning trades were compared to our afternoon?
Hmm. Oh, all right, friends. I will see you all next week, I suppose. Enjoy your weekend. Get some sun. It's gonna be 90 on Sunday here.
Gross.
Oh boy, am I ready. All right. Goodbye, everybody.
Later. So this is still holding incredibly true. Our 180 to 160. Big old pivot. I really thought we were going to be able to get something a bit more. But we did not, sadly. So this is still going to remain true. We'll see what happens into Sunday. But this will be my main pivot, I think. Just as it was our last few attempts. Until we can look over 180, I just don't see it. 110 below, still incredibly solid. So these will be my main.
So for the week, the S&P 500 fell 0.5%, the Dow fell
Brightness up on
0.2%,
those.
and the Nasdaq fell 0.3%.
And then we'll just keep these lower opacity for smaller auctions. And I think we're set. I mean, there's not really much to say here. It is what it is. We had these three zones. Big major zone here at 180, and then we have our low here at this 60 to 80 below. Make this a bit brighter. Actually, we're going to shift this to green. And then we know that we have a balance here. You know, we have a balance here. And we know that our overall balance is that we're trading in is this major auction. But we can play very clearly the pivots down on any attempt. this rotation. And we know that on a recovery, that we're just looking for this to rebid for upside into this. That's very clear to me. That'll be probably my overall plan. And then we have a clear upper distribution that we can play around for targeting if we ever breach that 180. Let's actually put a fixed range on that. Just there we go. Clean those up.
So remember, Trump is supposed to be speaking at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. No headlines have come through from him yet. There isn't a live video. We're still trying to look for one. If we do, put it out on the feed for you as soon as we can.
We can probably clean up this structure as well. Yeah, that looks good. And delete this. Okay. I think that that's pretty sound. So these will probably be levels into Monday, my guess, unless something crazy happens. Yes, was solid. This was easy rotations, just a little bit choppy. We can do the same thing for ES before I dip. Easy enough to read.
Let's take a look at the market wrap for the US session. Wall Street ended the week on a cautious note with stocks and bonds fluctuating as the world's two largest economies prepare to begin trade negotiations. Investors refrain from making riskier bets on speculation that, while talks between Chinese and American officials could serve as a diplomatic icebreaker, they are unlikely to result in a comprehensive agreement at this time. Following a $6 trillion surge in the S&P 500 from the brink of a bear market, action has become more muted in recent days. The gauge closed with little change on Friday. Traders around the world have been looking for any signs of a truce in the tariff war, which has roiled markets and raised fears of a global economic downturn. Trump proposed an 80% tariff on China ahead of a negotiation scheduled to begin Saturday, urging the nation to do more to open its markets to US goods. According to people familiar with the matter, Trump's team has identified approximately 20 partners to focus on in early negotiations. The group includes countries like Japan, South Korea, and Vietnam, which are all major sources of US imports and where Trump wants to reduce the trade deficit. The S&P 500 and Nasdaq 100 were largely unchanged. The Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 0.3%. Across the Atlantic, Germany's DAX index became the first major European benchmark to surpass its March high, recouping all losses caused by Trump's trade war. The 10-year Treasury yield remained relatively stable at 4.38%. The dollar fell about 0.2%, while positioning itself for the best week since March. So again, while posting its best week since March.
All right, that seems simple enough as well. So ES level is good as well for whatever happens. We'll see. RTY has been solid. It's been the easiest gauge to read. You guys have a good weekend. If anything changes, I'll update it. But pretty solid day. Morning was great. Afternoon was meh, as they have been. I'm glad I got on early. All right, peace. You guys have a great weekend.